We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May you kindly make your way into the venue? The event is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, may you kindly make your way into the venue? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may you kindly come into the venue? The event is about to commence.
Good evening, everyone. Sounds like I'm alone in this room. Good evening, everyone. Oh, that's just beautiful. So we're about to begin our ceremony today. If everyone that's standing, please kindly take your seat so we can commence without delay. Okay. Looks like the room is settled. We're all good on our live link and we're ready to hit the ground running. Good? Okay. So if you're wondering who this person is that's standing in front of you, so I have the absolute pleasure of looking after you tonight. My name is Inauguration Mahlangu. I tend to say I hold many titles, but I think the most relevant one today is that I'm one of our vice presidents at SAICE. My journey with SAICE began many years ago, started volunteering in panels. I chaired the first diversity and inclusion panel as well. I've served on the ENT or Education and Training Committee. So I love this organization, I'm passionate about it, and that's why I'm particularly excited for this evening. So on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to extend a warm welcome, and I hope you do feel welcome indeed, and really we're thrilled to have you here with us today in this momentous occasion. So before we get started, just like any other event, we do have ground rules. It's very tempting to click away with your camera and capture as much as possible, and that's great, but please do make sure that your cell phones are kept on silence so we respect the flow of the evening. And also, we are taking care of you in terms of drinks at our bar, but do note that the tab is limited. So it's drinks, ciders, beers, and selected wines on the house. But once that limit is reached as well, the cash bar or the bar rather, will close and it'll be on a cash basis. And do please note, for hardtack, this will be cash throughout the event. And yeah, I think do observe that as well. In terms of safety, it's very important to pause and have a moment of safety. In case of emergencies, you will exit through the door that you came in through. Please exit calmly and then follow the staff and they'll lead you to an emergency area together. If you're looking for restrooms, you'll use the same door and then the restrooms will be on the right. And once again, welcome, and let's make this night unforgettable. So, ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the back of the room. We have our presidential procession, which is a process that we do in every inauguration. So please cast your eyes at the door at the back as we welcome our past presidents. And then first up, our SAICE 1997 president, Prof. Alex Visser, accompanied by his wife, Trippie Visser. Let's give them a round of applause. And then next, our SAICE president for the year 2000, Dr. Alison Lawless, accompanied by her husband, Mark Lawless. Let's clap for them as they go to your seats. And then next, we'd like to welcome our 2004 SAICE president, Ron Watermeyer. Okay, so Ron Watermeyer will join us a little later, and we'll move on to our 2009 president, Prof. Elizabeth Kersley, accompanied by her husband, Andrew Kersley. Then next up is our SAICE 2012 president, Dr. Martin van Vielen. Then we'll welcome our 2018 president, Errol Kirst, accompanied by his wife, Sandy Kirst. And next, we'd like to welcome our president for 2020, Fana Marutla, accompanied by his wife, Irene Marutla. Then we'd like to welcome our 2021 president, Vishal Krishnadad, accompanied by his wife, Ashmal Krishnadad. Then our next president is our 2022 SAICE president, Prof. Marianne van der Schuren, accompanied by her mentee, Folufadzani Ndabayedzi. And then we'd like to welcome our 2023 president, Stephen Kaplan, accompanied by his wife, Helen Kaplan. And next we have our 2024 president, Andrew Clothier, accompanied by his wife, Cheryl Clothier. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our 2025 president, Frederick Slabbert, our current president, accompanied by the current First Lady, Joey Slabbert. Please give them a round of applause. And then finally, I'd like to request that we all stand and welcome the incoming president for 2026, Professor Chris Roth, accompanied by the incoming First Lady, Laura Roth. Amazing. Thank you all. You may now take your seats. So our organization has grown from strength to strength, and as we grow, we do have also some fallen heroes. So we'd like to take a moment to just remember those that have left us or are no longer with us, but certainly their legacy remains with us. I'd like you to draw your attentions to the screen as we watch the tribute video. Their legacy indeed lives on in our hearts. And I'd like to then welcome you again to this venue, or to our inauguration. And really, this is a special and momentous event on all our calendars at SAICE. It certainly is in mine. It is the inauguration of our 123rd president. So that speaks to the legacy of this organization and how all of you in this room have contributed towards building that legacy. We're, of course, also delighted to welcome and acknowledge our headlight sponsor. They ensured that our bills are paid and we could all be sitting in this beautiful room. And of course, our headline sponsors is the Association of Arbitrators Southern Africa, whose support makes this occasion possible. And a very special welcome to our guest, our past president, our colleagues, our members, and other institutions who continue to partner with us as an organization. And certainly thank you for sharing this momentous evening with us. Your presence does add to the spirit of the day. May I now request that we all stand and please rise together as we listen to the national anthem to mark the official opening of our proceeding. Thank you all. You may take your seats. Our intention today is to make sure you are fed as well. So we will break for starters and then we'll resume our program shortly. Are you enjoying the evening? Are you? Are you having a good evening? I guess you're enjoying the starters far too well. If I can ask you all to just settle down while we resume our program. I promise you at the end of the evening there'll be ample time to network and take those much needed pictures. Did you enjoy the starters? So we do have other people joining us virtually through our live link. And if you're joining us online, I also hope you did break for your own starters as well as we've been enjoying ourselves. So in resuming our program, I'd like to welcome a lady that does not need introduction. This is our CEO of SAICE to deliver our opening and welcome remarks. Please help me welcome Sikadi Payane Shakane to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam MC. Hello. Oh, it doesn't seem to be on, Andrew. Thank you so much, Madam MC. What an honor for me to be here tonight. I didn't think I'd make it, ladies and gentlemen. Being a mother to two very small kids, my nanny walked out on me yesterday. And I probably have a few traffic fines waiting for me in Johannesburg. I modeled some taxi behavior on the road. Apologies to all our transport engineers, but it was hectic. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. And Andrew always says I must smile when I talk. So I know like he's taking notes right now. And our industry leaders as well. It's so lovely to see the support of the sector in the form of EXA being here, CISA, the outgoing CISA president here, and some of the executives, IPED, SAIMEKI. We also have the SAIMEKI president being here with us, and the CEO of SAI being here, and PMI is joining us. And also welcome to our partners, our friends, and members of the SAICE community. It is an honor to welcome you all to the 2026 SAICE presidential inauguration. We are gathered here tonight to not only witness a long-standing tradition, but to really celebrate leadership continuity and the enduring relevance of civil engineering in shaping the future of our country. This is one of the most significant events in the SAICE calendar, and for me, especially because it's the last event, so after this, we can actually go on holiday as National Office. As it is a moment where we pause to acknowledge where we have come from, recognize the work we are currently doing, and look toward what lies ahead. A very warm welcome to our guests in person and online. We are grateful for the commitment and heart that you have brought to the institution this year. To our industry partners and our headline sponsor, the Association of Arbitrators Southern Africa, we express our sincere appreciation for your support tonight. Your partnership with the engineering profession makes a meaningful contribution to SAICE and the wider civil engineering community, and it is a privilege to have you with us this evening. Tonight, we inaugurate Professor Chris Roth as SAICE's 123rd president. This is a tremendous milestone, not only for the incoming president, but for SAICE as an institution that has for more than a century stood as a voice of our profession in South Africa and beyond. This evening, we celebrate a legacy that continues to grow and a future filled with many opportunities. The inauguration of a president is not simply a ceremonial tradition. It is a moment of renewal. It signals a new chapter of leadership, vision, and strategic direction for the institution and for the profession. Each president brings a distinct perspective grounded in experience, shaped by the challenges of their time and guided by the values that define our institution. In welcoming Prof. Roth into this leadership role, we do so with confidence in his deep knowledge of SAICE and the civil engineering profession and his extensive experience in the sector with particular contribution in the academic space. I think a few of your students are here, Prof. Roth. His presidency comes at a time when the profession requires not only expertise, but also a vision, integrity, and a commitment to advancing civil engineering in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, events like tonight are opportunities to reflect, to connect, to build relationships, and to strengthen the unity of our profession. Tonight, many of you represent many organizations and various organizations, academic institutions, and professional bodies that collaborate with SAICE throughout the year. These relationships are important as they are what enable our collective impact. As I close, I would like to also thank the outgoing president 2025, Mr. Frederick Slabert, who I call Meneer, who I've worked with and known for over 10 years or so. Thank you, Meneer, for everything that you have done. I'm looking forward to the release of our podcast. He had me in tears, ladies and gentlemen. He had me in tears. Thank you as well to Joey for your constant support and for being a mother to all of us at National Office and to the SAICE community at large, and for your support to the President. Tonight marks the beginning of a significant chapter for you, Prof. Chris Roth, in your journey with SAICE. We look forward to your leadership and vision in the year ahead. You take up this role in a pivotal time, and you do so with the full support of the institution. Oh, there you are. Okay. I wanted to make eye contact. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to relax, enjoy the evening, and join us in honoring you, Mr. Professor Chris Roth, the 123rd President of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering. Thank you.
Good. Let's give her another round of applause. We're, of course, honored this evening to be joined by our headline partner, the Association of Arbitrators Southern Africa, and we'd like to express that we do appreciate their support and their vital partnership. And hint, hint, nudge, nudge, please sponsor next year as well. Representing the association, I'd like to welcome Advocate Rian Boysen to address the audience, and as he walks up, I'll just read his bio. Advocate Rian Boysen is a highly experienced commercial advocate and acting judge at the South Gauteng High Court with over 23 years of legal and commercial experience. Admitted as an attorney and notary in 1999, he practices across procurement, business rescue, company law, and infrastructure matters. As a member of the Johannesburg Society of Advocates and the Protea Group of Advocates, Rian has acted as arbitrator and mediator in high-profile disputes for high-end clients. A chartered arbitrator and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Rian delivers value-driven outcomes through skilled legal, financial, and strategic advice. Let's welcome Rian.
All right, I apologize for that. I don't know where in Essential got that, but thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, what a pair we make, and I'll get back to that. Firstly, on behalf of the association and its chairman, Mr. Chart van der Walt, I just want to congratulate Professor Chris Roth and wish him good luck in his endeavors as the SAICE president. Now, I don't know the professor. I had the luxury of just meeting him now, so can't really say anything about him. But there is something in a name. Firstly, my son shares his name as well as my father, Chris. So that's maybe a good start. But he is a professor. So what does that mean, being a professor? Now, a professor is a teacher of the highest academic rank at a college or university, typically holding a doctoral degree and specializing in a particular field. The title signifies expertise in a subject area and involves teaching, research, and often administrative duties. Good luck with that. I'm sure there will be plenty. What stands out for me of being a professor is that it's a peer recognition. The peer recognition refers to the process by which an individual is awarded the academic rank of professor based on the positive evaluation and acknowledgement of their accomplishments by other established experts in their field. So having a professor as your president, I think you're in a privileged situation, and it's somebody that was elected by his peers. You can do a PhD, you can get a law degree, but to get acknowledged by your peers is really something. So I just want to acknowledge that and wish him good luck on his endeavors. So what a pair we make, and if I ask the question, what is the relationship between SAICE and the association? I think even a good professor is not sure about that, maybe. But on the SAICE website, it says SAICE is there to promote growth, excellence, and sustainability in the civil engineering industry. It also, with reference to the association, says SAICE and the association's partnership reflects our shared commitment to integrity, collaboration, professional excellence, and competence. So this started in the early 80s. In the latter half of the 21st century, arbitration was a very informal process where you typically had engineers, QSs, building professionals, civil professionals acting as arbitrators in a very informal manner. But then there was a change. There was I think it was the oil crisis, and the economy changed, and employers realized that projects have to be done quicker, and the whole thing of a penalty came in. And with the penalty and the crunch of the economy came in contractors that tendered on a bare bone. They realized extension of time claims with costs is a way we can make profit and maybe get some benefit from a bad deal. And then was born, and I've spoken to a few of them tonight already, the claims consultant. The claims consultant in the form of a QS or an engineer or a project manager that worked on contingency at the beginning mostly to pursue these claims. Some of them good, some of them bad. And the line got a bit blurred between a professional being an engineer and a claims consultant and a lawyer. What happened in the arbitration industry, this led to more disputes, more complex disputes fought vigorously because bigger was involved. And that ultimately led to the formation of the Association of Arbitrators in the late 70s. And shortly after in the association from a book, in the 70s, the objects of the associations were to promote the use of the procedure of arbitrations as means of determining disputes, to arrange lectures, seminars to promote the knowledge, understanding of arbitral procedures for both the association members and otherwise, to provide forum for exchange of views, to watch over, promote, and protect the interest of its members, and to ensure the high standards of professional competence on the part of the members. Competence, the same as what SAICE does. Want to teach people, train people, make sure that if you're a member of SAICE, people know you're going to be a good civil engineer or QS or somebody in the building industry. So, however, in the 80s, SAICE says, but we're in this building industry. The association said, but we don't have any engineers. So they invited the then president of SAICE to sit on the committee for a year, which he did. And then after that year, he stood for election and was a representative on the association for a number of years. So this is where it all started in the late 80s. And ever since, there's been a relationship, it seems, between the two entities. There might be some of the previous presidents sitting here that I see already was acting in 1997. They might know more about the subject than I do. But hence, so forgive me for teaching a little bit then, because that's what the association primarily wants to do, and that is what SAICE also does. Now, when it comes to arbitration, that has now come more complex. You're probably familiar with the IBA rules on taking of evidence. Everybody might have been in a dispute, might have covered it somewhere. It guides the arbitration process. through that, in 2018 was born what they called the Prague Rules. Now, the Prague Rules was an idea of making the process more inquisitorial. And what came out of that work group is maybe something that you all will be familiar in this industry if you're involved in any form of dispute or big contract, is that they said the following: it has become almost commonplace these days that the users of arbitration are dissatisfied with the time and cost involved in the proceedings. The procedures of taking evidence, particular document production, and using multiple fact and expert witnesses in their cross-examination at lengthy hearings are, to a large extent, reasons for dissatisfaction. They said most commentators admit that in very rare, if ever, that document production brings a smoking gun to the light. And this is really my point. Likewise, many commentators express doubts as to the usefulness of fact witnesses and the impartiality of party-appointed experts. That's where you come in. A lot of you sitting here, there's a lot of engineers here, QSs, that give advice on these projects, that gives delay analysis, etc. On the other hand, many arbitrators are reluctant to actively manage arbitration proceedings, including earlier determination or preliminary evaluations of issues in dispute and the disposal of such issues to avoid the risk of a challenge or review. So the outcome was 3 features: document production, too many fact and expert witnesses, cross-examine and lengthy hearings. So I want to speak to you briefly about the impartiality of a party-appointed expert. Now, the test is that the expert should be objective, not subjective. If you have 2 experts on opposite sides with the same facts, they should in theory come up with the same solution, with the same answer. Never seen that happening. In my, I'll tell you a little story just now, but what firstly we need to understand is that the court makes the decision. You advise the court. The court is not bound by the arbitrator's decision. And if you're interested in the authorities that says that, I'm willing to share that, but I'm not going to bore with you that. So keep that in mind. You assist the court makes the decision. But that means the expert is bound by what the expert says in a joint meeting, for example. So is that party. If a party wants to disagree with what his expert agreed, for example, in a joint minute, that party can take issue but must give notice to the other party. So it's not cast in stone because why the judge makes the decision. Now, I had a case where, very simple, that the 2 experts agree on a program, they agreed on certain timelines, and all really the arbitrator needed to do was determine culpability. There was a steel strike. If the steel strike delayed supply of certain goods and maybe some design detail, it's very easy. The contractor needed X amount of time to finish the project. The opposing expert realized that this created problems and changed his version over a weekend, came up with a new report and with new programs on the Monday. And when I confronted him with a simple proposition, on the agreed program, this would happen, it would move there, the answer I got is this way, that way. I eventually said to him, "Sir, you're not answering my question." And this is the response I got: "I do not think it necessary." So, and that is my what I want to leave with you as experts. Nothing against claim consultants. I've learned a lot from them. I've won cases because of their input and their experience, and there's a place for that. But if you wear the hat as an expert, you wear the hat as an expert. You've got one reputation. Now I'm going to share something to you that with you in a road accident fund matter. The court had the following to say about an expert witness, a doctor. This is clearly a damning factor against the report of Dr. R.W. I've changed the name. Dr. R.W. was very evasive during a lengthy cross-examination. She testified in general terms, literally failing to stick to specifics. She asked if she would have changed her opinion about the family members being illiterate if she had more reports. She said no. She was asked if she required more time to consider the documents that rendered a report to found negative findings. She said no. This cannot be professional. Dr. R.W. had made findings on insufficient information and documentation. One would expect her to concede that she required more time to consider new information in order to make an informed finding in a report. She was adamant that her findings were correct despite having lacked the documents proving that the family was illiterate. I find this absurd and disturbing for an expert to give negative and obstructive reports to the court relying on insufficient documentation and false or inaccurate facts, as here. The report by Dr. R.W. is not helpful to the court for its lack of objectivity. It is therefore rejected as obstructive to the findings this court strives to arrive at. The shortcomings of the report could have been cured by our own testimony by conceding to salient facts that cannot be denied. A report is biased for the defendant and biased against the plaintiff. So please let that never be said of any expert that's a member of SAICE. That's what I want to leave you tonight. And experts play an important role in the work we do as arbitrators and as party representatives. We rely on these experts. But if the experts don't maintain their impartiality and their credibility, they're of little or no use. So I don't want to be negative. I must say I am a panel on the list of the president list of SAICE, and I am quite proud on being on that list because it's a list different from the association and the Chartered Institute and the other lists there. And yeah, so I'm very, very proud to be associated with SAICE, and I'm very glad that the association has a relationship with you all, and I wish Professor all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. We've certainly learned something from your talk, but what I also heard was you'll sponsor us again next year. Okay, I'd like to also just acknowledge the ex-president who's just joined us. So welcome TC Madikane and Amahle Madikane. In our next segment, we have the Presidential Spousal Exchange of Gifts. Sounds ominous, right? So in this segment, we honor the ladies that are our first ladies, and we recognize the contributions that they too make, and through a presidential exchange of gifts. It's not an easy role to play. I know as a president of SAICE, you travel across the country, you spend time away from family, and there's an element of resilience that as a first lady you need to have. So we'd like to honor these women and give them their moment as well, because they continuously champion their husbands, and tonight we'll honor their valuable contributions. So I'd like to call onto the stage Joey Slabbert, the wife to 2025 President Frederick Slabbert. Let's clap for her, she comes up. Welcome, Joey. Then next up, I'd also like to call Laura Roth, wife to incoming president for 2026, Chris Roth. Beautiful. Amazing, thank you. I'm tempted to ask what's in the box. Okay. So friends and colleagues, may I invite you to turn to the screens where we share a special surprise in honor of our outgoing president. I don't know if he likes surprises or doesn't like surprises, but yet here we are. This tribute really reflects the unwavering commitment he's had in his journey as a president, and certainly honors the remarkable work that he's done throughout this year. And we are thankful of that as an industry at large. So please do join us in celebrating his journey. If you cast your eyes onto the screen. What an incredible year you've had, Frederick. And if there was a word that, if somebody asked you what word I would use to describe you, I would say passion. I believe you're passionate about an industry, you're passionate about growing others, you're passionate about SAICE. I recall when you took on office, the first email I received from you was on the 2nd of January. I was still on holiday. But he already was thinking about the impact that he wants to make already in his year, and that signals the commitment that he certainly brought to this role. And I believe what we've just seen is truly inspiring. And now to share his own words and reflecting on the year, and also maybe some closing words, it's my pleasure to welcome our SAICE 2025 President, Frederick Slabbert, to deliver his exit speech.
Well, number one, I need to acknowledge that I'm not a professor. Number two, I do sign about every week the appointment of an ADR expert. So somewhere along the line, I've just made it. Just. But now I just need to do something, because I don't like Andrew to sit and look like this. So Andrew, can you just find a better seat? You're right. You're right. So I would refer to this discussion as a bit of a reflection rather than some address. But before I start with that reflection, I just want to express my heartfelt appreciation for every one of you. Number one, that you're here, our members dialing in, volunteers, partners, like we've just experienced, colleagues across the industry. Thank you for your dedication, for your resilience, for your willingness to serve in circumstances that are often difficult and unpredictable. I have felt your support, your energy, your kindness, and your belief in the mission of SAICE. Tonight, I will not be sharing figures, reports, or technical summaries of the year. Those have been covered through some formal challenges. This reflection is something different. It is not a list of activities. It's a collection of truths. It is not a record of achievements. It's a meditation on purpose. It is not about the 12 months of work. It is about the years ahead and the future we must build. And so, with gratitude and humility, and with deep respect for this profession of ours, I offer these reflections to help orientate our hearts and our minds toward what comes next. Colleagues, friends, fellows of the industry, when I stood before you a year ago, someone said just now there, I don't hope you're going to talk about mowing the lawn. Sorry, I have to. I spoke about mowing the lawn. It is a very, very simple image that carries a profound lesson. I said that each of us in our own corner of the profession has a patch of grass to tend. It's a responsibility. It's a duty. It's a piece of South Africa that we need to care for. This year, I've seen lawns beautifully maintained. Places where engineers serve with excellence, pride, and quiet discipline. But I've also walked through some areas where the grass has grown long, where the maintenance has slipped, where leadership has retreated, and where the old question of what is in it for me also surfaced. It still undermines the collective good of our profession. The lesson remains unchanged. If we do not mow the lawn, the weed will grow. So convert it into professional language. And eventually, that weed will choke the very ground we hope to stand on. As engineers and public servants, as members of SAICE, the lawns that we neglect today will be the crises we need to face tomorrow. Tonight, I turn to this image not as a warning, but as a reflection of what this year has taught me. And it is a call to all of us to recommit ourselves to the peace of South Africa that sits in front of you, that has been entrusted to you. 2025 revealed our character. Our engagement this year revealed something important. We are a profession that has refused to give up on South Africa. Engineers continue to serve across the country under enormous pressure. They continue to design and maintain assets and infrastructure where challenges are often greater than the resources. They continue to guide younger colleagues, even when formal support structures are thin. And most inspiring, they continue to act with integrity, with compromise, when compromise would be easier sometimes. This year reminded me that engineering excellence is not measured in the quantity of and quality of structures that we are building, but in the courage we carry and the judgment that we exercise and the humility in which we serve society. You've heard me a number of times this year, take out infrastructure out of society and we don't have society. Engineering has a human side. People may not believe it. This year I found myself often returning to music. For those who have been here at last year, they got tired of me in my music. Okay, I know. But I'm turning to music not for entertainment, but as meaning. Because often we hear more from other people than when we hear from people speaking. Music carries something that words alone cannot. We often speak of engineering in technical terms. Loads, flows, budget, programs, all of those maintenance cycles, all of those things that we need to solve every day. But meeting people behind the work revealed something deeper. Engineering is fundamentally human. Behind every decision is someone weighing risks, balancing pressures, and trying to protect what matters. I'm going to now throw in some music terms just to test you guys. When I hear the soft rise of dawn, dawn is the theme music of Pride and Prejudice. But think of the word dawn. It represents clarity, that new day. I think of the clarity that leaders must have to face reality honestly and to act courageously. This is not another music piece that simply says, "This is my song." You know that? It goes on. It's from Finlandia. It's a declaration of service, an acknowledgement that each of us has a role to play, a voice, a contribution to this country we love. Behind every young engineer, and sometimes some others behind them, encouragement and belonging is required. Behind every seasoned engineer, there may be someone who have carried this burden for many years. Someone who deserves support, recognition, and dignity. Seeing the human heart of our profession made me profoundly hopeful for the future. Our profession is still standing, still serving. South Africa faces undeniable challenges: infrastructure decline, governance problems, interrupting funding, skills shortages, procurement. You can add in your list what you've seen. Yet engineers remain standing. And more than standing, they are serving. What I saw over the year are individuals and teams stepping up to improve infrastructure assets, infrastructure design, branches dealing with mentoring, branches dealing with knowledge sharing, engineers choosing integrity over convenience. These are not acts done for applause. They are done for South Africa. And because of this, I remain hopeful for the character of our profession. Our character is stronger than the environment that we are serving. There is a piece of music that rises from hardship. You may know Speed Your Journey. It's from Verdi's Nabucco, which tells us that even when circumstances feel heavy, the human spirit can rise with dignity and resolve. A presidential year may be short, but SAICE's purpose is long. Our work does not begin and end with any one leader. It's a continuum, a chain, not this one, across generations. Each president advances the mission. Each branch carries a torch. And each member, this person, contributes to something greater. The baton does not fall, it is passed. there is a refrain. We are the champions. You all know that. That's not for victory, but that's for perseverance. You all recall Freddie Mercury. Champions are those who keep going when no one is watching. There's another piece from the Prince of Egypt. When you believe. It reminds us that belief is the seed of transformation. Many of the greatest achievements in engineering began as acts of imaginative faith. You have to have a dream. If you don't dream of the future, you get stuck in the day-to-day mill. And then I'm thinking of another song. So you can put the words of the title of the songs in your own mind. Song is Lean on Me. Are you there to support? It reminded us about collaboration and strength. Partnerships is a force that multiplies. And then this thing of one voice. There's that song. Now, if it's sung by a children's choir, what are they asking for? Each one has one voice. And if you share, it becomes two. And if each of those share it, they become 4. How many members do we have in SAICE? Just think of the multiplier effect that we can apply and have benefits from. But now we also need to remember there's another song, Wind of Change, Whispers. This song was developed in 1989 in Moscow by the Scorpions. Go back and read your history, what happened in 1989 in Moscow. The world is shifting and we must shift with it. Let us walk forward together. I think that's part of what we are saying in SAICE. As I stand in this moment of transition, one message endures. We do not walk this journey alone. We walk with colleagues who share the burdens. We walk with young professionals whose energy renews us. We walk with seasoned engineers whose wisdom steadies us. We walk with communities who actually rely on us. The work ahead will not be easy, but it remains meaningful. It remains necessary, and we will walk it forward together. I have a message for our incoming president, Prof. Chris Roth. I pass this responsibility to you, our next president. I do so with deep respect, confidence, and hope. You do not carry this responsibility alone. We stand with you. We support you. We will walk beside you. And as all I ask here today, to all of you, those who are listening in, please extend to your new president commitment, honesty, solidarity, and goodwill. For SAICE's strength is not in one leader, but in all of us, moving forward in unity. Before I close, I'm going to repeat what I've said in nearly all the meetings and all the engagements that I've had over the year. May you remember that our days are numbered and recognize how few they are. Therefore, focus to spend them as we should. And may we have constant joy to the end of our lives. I'm closing. And so, as we close this reflection, I want to end with solidarity and hope. There is a song that has carried people through storms and hardship, through valleys and uncertain seasons, a song that tells us to lift our heads, to hold on to courage, and to remember that no one of us walk alone. And now, as a very final offering that I can contribute of gratitude and unity, I invite you to join me in this moment and in this message and in this truth that you'll never walk alone. Walk through a storm, hold your head up high, and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky, and the sweet silver song of the Lord. Come, join in. When you walk through a storm, hold your head high, and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky, and the sweet silver song of the Lord. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown.
We are a profession that refuses to give up on South Africa, and we all ought to lean on each other. Those are beautiful words. Thank you, President. And now, our next segment, we have a special award, which is given on all our presidential inaugurations. This is called the President's Award. And this honors individuals or recognizes individuals that have contributed to our industry and continue to do so. And the President will tell us a little bit more about who gets the special award tonight in his own words. So I'll invite you to announce the winner. Yeah.
Thank you, Ma'am MC. When I completed my President's report, it's just a summary of just the highlights, a lot of pages. I took some lesson out of what I've experienced over the year, what I've learned from the branch visits, and that is the heart of what is happening at each branch. It is often not the elected members, the most senior members, but often the most junior people, administrators, the people who organize and communicate and coordinate and hold everything together behind the scenes to let us arrive and have an address. So I think we need to look after those a bit more. These individuals are not always on stage. Oh, looks like we're going to have someone tonight. They are not always quoted, and they often do not ask for any recognition. But without them, branches do not function. And our institution does not reach the many corners of South Africa where engineering matters most. Tonight, I have the privilege of recognizing somebody who embodies that spirit and dedication of service. What was the work? The person I refer to, let's say Mr. X of the Y branch, through his or her, it must be his then, commitment and initiative, helped revive and energize a branch that had almost gone quiet. He organized and coordinated a stakeholder engagement session, a presidential members address, a technical topic engagement, a site visit in the region, brought more than 40 people to attend, including people from authorities, all of that happening in one day. But what is more extraordinary of that is that that branch only has 35 members, spread across a very wide rural area. The work did not stop there at logistics. It sparked renewed visibility, and the branch became active in social media, sharing initiatives, highlighting projects, restoring the sense of professionalization and professional community in the region. Through diligence, perseverance, and enthusiasm, and quiet leadership. A person reminded me that SAICE is not only built by engineers, it's that human thing that I've spoken about earlier. It's not only about construction and boardrooms, but also those who connect us, bring us good together, and create the spaces for meaningful engagement. This person's contribution made a measurable contribution and difference to SAICE, to the branch, the profession we love. And so with deep appreciation, I invite now to please join me on the stage to receive this well-deserved recognition. Ladies and gentlemen.
Drum roll.
Doom. Let us applaud Ms. Akutle Notkwane from the Transkei branch as an ARE for JTN Construction as the recipient. While she is getting a breath, While she is getting her breath, I just want to say that she's also the ARE for the Nkadu Rising and Gravity Water Supply Project, responsible for monitoring construction activities, work quality, provide technical support to the team, involved in daily project management of the work, responsible for stakeholder engagement, and all of this across 6 projects under the Water Services Infrastructure Grant from Water Affairs and Forestry. Another round of applause for Ms. Okudle.
Congratulations. And please pause for a picture. Please pause for a picture. Amazing. She's really surprised. She was brought here under the wrong pretenses. And now, say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. This is I am so humbled. Actually, I would firstly like to thank the National Office. They've been very supportive. Whenever I'm planning something, they're always a phone call away or an email away. They've always been responding. And I would also like to thank JTN. In fact, there are 4 companies that were supporting me throughout this planning the presidential visit. So it was JTN Consulting Engineers, Zinzame Engineers, and there was also Black Mountain, and then there was also GIB, the Mtata office. They were also the ones who shared the presentation. Like, we've been planning all this event together. I would like to appreciate the committee as well. Thank you so much. I am so humbled. I did not expect this. I don't even know what to say, but I am really humbled. Yes, I am working under, I work as an assistant resident engineer under GIB projects. They are doing a Ngadu Rising and Gravity Main there in the Eastern Cape. The project leader is Duncan Shaw. He wanted to attend the presidential visit, however, he couldn't because he was out of the country. Thank you so much, everyone. I am so humbled. I don't even know what to say. I really don't know what to say.
Are you sure? Are you sure you're surprised? Because that was a perfect speech. But thank you, President Slabert, and congratulations once again. You may take your seat. Let's give them the round of applause as they go to their seats. And now we'd like to just take a short break for while dinner is served, and we'll resume our program shortly. Live link viewers, please do take note of that. We'll resume shortly. Enjoy your dinner.
show you where's the place we're looking for. I know we wanna go away from here. So follow me to escape. Reality is not there. We're over there. We found a theater to go. We're over there. We're over there. We found a theater to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume our program. To those that are outside, we'd like to resume our program. I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner, but we do have to respect time today as well. But feel free to continue finishing the rest of your dinner. And I hope you're enjoying dinner. Is it good? Awesome. So those that are joining us online, we hope that's enough motivation to join us next year in person. Just everyone at the back, please do find your seats. Thank you. So as we look ahead to the future leadership of SAICE, we are, of course, full of surprises today. We also now have a very special surprise. If you do turn your attention to the screens as we share a heartfelt tribute video for our incoming president, Professor Chris Roth. And this message has been lovingly prepared by his family, his friends, and colleagues. And it offers us a glimpse of who he is as a person, his journey and character, and the inspiration that he'll certainly bring to our institution. So if you can cast your eyes on the screens.
At a very early age, and I mean 2 to 3 years old, Chris gave us an indication that he had a smart brain. To illustrate this, he would ask us, as we traveled around Johannesburg in our car, what is the
video for just a moment as we let Chris Roth also enjoy the tribute video that's created for him. You almost missed it all. Thank you for that. Okay, so Prof. Chris Roth, this video has been created specially for you by your friends, family, and colleagues, and we're all going to pause and enjoy that with you.
At a very early age, and I mean 2 to 3 years old, Chris gave us an indication that he had a smart brain. To illustrate this, he would ask us, as we traveled around Johannesburg in our car, what is the make of each car which he could see in the traffic next to us. We would tell him Ford, Toyota, Mercedes, or whatever. Thereafter, he would be able to tell us the make of the cars around us without hesitation. We asked him what he was using to remember what each car was. Remember, he could not yet read. He told us that he looked at the hubcaps or wheel rims of the cars. He had parked in his memory the name and corresponding wheel rim or hubcap of each car.
My first impression of Chris was of a man who listens deeply and speaks thoughtfully. Calm, deliberate, and confident with no arrogance. Someone whose quiet authority immediately earns respect.
Given that I know him through the world of beer, which may seem like a frivolous pastime, his knowledge and his very good palate are very well known in South Africa. In fact, he's one of 3 top beer judges, and he's considered to be a national expert in the field of beer tasting and beer brewing.
All his achievements in general. And I think being elected now as the president is the cherry on top for him. He's taking it very well in his stride, if I can put it that way. He's just, everything he touches turns to gold.
I'm the proudest, I think, about the way that Chris manages to convey difficult structural engineering concepts to undergraduate students. The influence that he's got in their lives, taking them from a level where they don't know much about structural engineering to really appreciate this topic, is really one of the things that's a highlight for the many years that I know him.
His technical mastery, the way he deals with complex problems, it's really something to see.
He has qualified as a judge of craft beer and is regularly invited to beer festivals to do just that. He has an enviable collection of wines in a wine cellar, which he constructed. He's a keen brewmaster, uses only hardwood as fuel, never briquettes. He braais almost every weekend and automatically takes on the job at family Christmas Eve braais, often in the rain.
I think his very calm demeanor is a very positive attribute of his. Also, it's very clear within minutes of meeting him that you are dealing with a man of great intellect, and I'm not surprised at all that he's risen to the heights of being a professor in his chosen field.
Chris is just a nice guy, likable guy. And if you chat to him even after a couple of minutes, you realize he's also a very smart person. And this is backed up by, if you ever look at his academic record already from school days, his achievements academically are astonishing. And yet he's very modest, doesn't blow his own trumpet.
An important lesson to take from Chris is to follow one's dreams and don't be scared to take a leap. He decided to leave safe employment, found himself funding, and traveled to the US on his own to pursue his postgraduate studies. Whether it's deciding to learn to read Russian or to take on a new DIY project at home, he just goes for it.
I would have to say his rigor and his humility. He's also a very good mentor for younger students, younger engineers, our students. He does his homework and then he bases his decisions on the work that he's done. So I would say that is what makes him a good engineer and a good leader.
For me, it is when we met. He was so shy. It took him many months to even get the courage to come and say, hello, can I buy you a drink? Because we were listening to Eckhart Friday night at our local pub. And that shyness and that thoughtfulness and also the day he proposed, that absolute emotion, and I couldn't get the answer out. I was like a fish. My mouth was opening and closing and no sound came out, and his eyes were going bigger and bigger because I just couldn't get that yes out fast enough. And then of course the wedding. The wedding to me was, with both of us being in our 40s, it was such a special occasion, and having all our parents there, and just his true self, that emotion that he always shows, he cannot hide that, and I love that.
Whenever I hear the national anthem, I think of Chris immediately, because we watch sporting events together, that kind of thing. And every time before a rugby test match, when you hear the introduction for the national anthem, Chris is up. And, it might be in the middle of a conversation, but as soon as that introduction starts, he's up. His right hand on his chest, his head slightly tilted back, standing straight up. And then he starts singing the national anthem. The whole song, he knows every word, and he sings it with such enthusiasm and pride. You can see how much he loves his country and how proud he is of South Africa.
Although not a superhero, I see aspects of the TV character MacGyver in Chris. He uses throwaway common items and creates something inventive and interesting. Anyone who has seen his clock men made from old gauges and steel pipes will know exactly what I mean. He is somewhat of a hoarder, so he always has things to hand.
Wow, if he was a DC superhero, he would be Batman. Quiet, confident, and he works in the background. And unshakable. And I think that must be his earthquake engineering background. If he was a Marvel superhero, I would say Doctor Strange, because he deals with complex situations and he saves the world, but not in a very flashy way.
I'm sure Chris will make an impact in the coming year as president. Good luck, Chris. It's going to be quite a ride.
Chris is the most wonderful son-in-law you can ever wish to have. He's kind, he's generous, he's humble, and we wish him the best. We love him and we know he's going to make a great success of this journey.
When it comes to wishing Chris everything of the future, I have no doubt that he will continue to excel in his chosen field. His intellect is a remarkable thing, and I wish him well for the future, and I'm proud to consider him my friend.
Chris, from my side and from the faculty side, all the best in representing civil engineering to the rest of our civil engineer colleagues and the country in 2026. We really wish you the best, and we look forward to this year, 2026, being your presidential year. Go well.
Chris, congratulations on the inauguration and the presidency of SAICE. May this chapter amplify everything that you have done so far in our industry. Wishing you vision, energy, courage and fulfillment in this year ahead. We're very proud of you and for what you mean for this industry.
Chris, we're all very proud of you, and we know that you're going to do your peers in your profession very proud as a president of a South African Institution of Civil Engineering. And I know you're going to enjoy the challenge and the experience, so go out there and enjoy it.
I want to say congratulations on being the new SAICE president, but as someone once corrected me, there can only be one president, whether he or she is new or not. So Chris, as you take up the mantle of SAICE's president, may your tenure be marked by wisdom, unity and courage. May you continue to inspire excellence and uphold the proud traditions of our profession, while guiding it confidently into the future. Congratulations. As a department, we are all proud to walk this journey with you, and you can thank us later for taking your lectures while you are touring the country.
Chris, my sweetie pie, this is a marvelous occasion. Enjoy it. See it as a grand new adventure, but please do not forget to enjoy every moment. I know you will make the best of it, and I know you're going to love every moment. But also remember to relax and, like I say, enjoy it. I will be there every step of the way, next to you, behind you, wherever you need me, I'm there. Enjoy.
Your mother and I, and your greater family, are proud of where you are tonight. The institution is fortunate to have you.
Just amazing. So I heard calm, confident, rigor, humility, and beer. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise and let's welcome our incoming president, Professor Chris Roth. So, you want to put this here? Thank you. You may take your seats. So our significant moment today is the taking of the oath. So the taking of the oath is not only a formal tradition, but a powerful symbol of trust, responsibility, and the continuity of leadership. And it marks the beginning of a new chapter where the values of SAICE are carried forward from one president to the next. And now may I call upon the stage Professor Alex Visser, 1997 SAICE past president, to assist in delivering the oath. And please let's remain silent as we witness the oath.
In my profession, I take deep pride. To it, I owe solemn obligation. Since the origins of humanity, human progress has been spurred by engineering genius. The engineering profession has made nature's vast resources of material and energy usable for humanity's benefit. Engineering practitioners have vitalized and turned to practical use the principles of science and the means of technology. Were it not for this heritage of accumulated experience, my efforts would be feeble.
Chris, I now have 3 questions which I would like you to answer. Firstly, do you pledge to practice integrity and fair dealing, tolerance and respect, and to uphold devotion to the standards and the dignity of the profession, conscious always that your skill carries with it the obligation to serve humanity by making the most sustainable use of Earth's precious resources?
I do.
Will you participate in none but honest enterprises?
I will.
When needed, will you give your skill and knowledge without reservation, and in the performance of duty and in fidelity to the profession, will you give the utmost?
I certainly will.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please remain on the stage. And I'd like to invite our 2025 President Frederick to join us on stage for the presidential chain conferment. And as he walks up to the stage, so this moment for us is proud and historic as well, similar to the oath, and signifies the passing of leadership. And it's more than just a ceremony, it's an embodiment of trust, honor, and continuity. Please do focus your attention on the stage as this defining moment takes place. Everybody, please stand and let's celebrate this moment. So Professor Chris Roth marks our 123rd president in SAICE's history. As part of your first official duty, you start work immediately. You'll now present the president with the certificate and medallion, and as a gesture of gratitude and recognition for his dedicated service in the past year. Amazing. Thank you, Frederick. You may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seat. And now we'll reveal rather the 2026 presidential portrait. Did you share the picture or are you going to be surprised? Amazing. Good one. Yeah. Sorry. And now with the presidential chain officially conferred and the oath being taken, it is my great honor to invite our newly inaugurated president to deliver his speech.
Thank you, Madam MC. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm incredibly honored to be inaugurated as the 123rd President of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering tonight. I stand before you with a mixture of awe, trepidation, and excitement, as I'm sure all of my 122 predecessors in this high office have done. It is surely one of the highest professional honors to which any civil engineering practitioner in South Africa can aspire. I thank the Executive Board, the Council, and the members of SAICE for the confidence they have shown in me by electing me to this role. And I shall endeavor to keep to the high standards set by my predecessors. I'm truly following in the footsteps of many legends of the South African engineering world, and I shall do my best to do them proud. Before proceeding, I wish to note that I'm the 5th professor from the University of Pretoria to become SAICE president, after Profs de Vos, von Willich, Visser and Kersley, the last two of whom are here tonight. I've held many roles. I've held many roles in SAICE over the course of the last more than 20 years, from at first Pretoria Branch Chairman, Finance and Administration Committee Chairman, History and Heritage Panel Chairman, Journal Sub-Editor, Vice President, and now President. I'd like to thank all of the people who have served on these various committees with me over the years. They've all contributed to this moment. Tonight would also not be possible without the support of my employers at the University of Pretoria. To my Dean, Prof. Wynand Steyn, who is here, my Head of Department, Prof. Hannes Graber, both of whom you saw in the video, I say thank you for supporting my campaign for this presidency and for giving me the time to serve SAICE, particularly for next year. I must also thank my parents, Alan and Janet Roth, who are here tonight as well, for raising my sister and I, Robin, who's also here, with an appreciation of humility, hard work, and integrity. We appreciate it and couldn't have done it without you. And finally, my lovely wife, Laura, who you saw in the video as well and has been on stage. She's been a source of constant support. As you saw earlier, she pledges to support through next year and will have to adapt to the role of being a presidential spouse. At this point, I'd like to pay special tribute to two late past presidents, Johan de Keuker, President 2008, and Peter Kleinhans, President 2013, who I consider to be my real mentors at SAICE. I learned almost everything I know from these two great leaders. It was Johan de Keuker who initially invited me to join the Finance of Administration Committee many, many years ago. Peter Kleinhans was the chairman of that committee at the time, and a better education in the ways of SAICE and how it functions one could not wish for. I eventually succeeded Peter Kleinhans as the chairman of that committee. It was in fact in 2019, during a slow drive down the Montague Pass, that Johan de Keuker convinced me to stand for vice president and president. I was wondering why he wanted to travel alone in the car with me. At the top of the pass, I had absolutely no intention of ever standing for vice president or president, and by the time we reached the bottom of the pass, he had convinced me. Those of you who know Johan de Kooker know he was like that. Before I go any further, I'm going to refer to a few older and some foreign documents, which generally refer exclusively to engineers and almost exclusively as a he. And I may do so by mistake as well. Please, I don't intend any exclusion. Please take engineers to refer to technologists and technicians as well, and he to refer to both genders. One of the first tasks of an incoming president is to prepare an inaugural address, and a daunting task it can be. Since being appointed president-elect, I have read almost all of the presidential addresses of my 122 predecessors, and it makes for fascinating reading about the history of the country, of engineering, and of SAICE. It's notable that they've gone through a number of phases. In the early days of SAICE in the early 1900s, they were clearly very formal, to be presented at an AGM with a past president in the chair and a formal vote afterwards as to whether they would accept the address or not. Later in the 20s and 30s and so on, they became a lot more technical, depending on the area of expertise of the incoming president. Reflecting the development of the country, the early ones were mostly about railways and irrigation, and then later in the 60s and 70s, structures, roads, and geotechnical issues came in. In the 1980s till 2000s, the addresses were more of a review of SAICE and the profession, and they were clearly intended to be published in a sort of 10 to 20 page booklet. And finally, over the last 10 to 15 years, the address has become more of the form of an after-dinner speech, with a longer version maybe appearing in the magazine later. This is how I intend my presentation to be tonight. I'm not going to go into anything technical like probabilities of failure or structural reliability factors. My postgraduate students have heard enough of that from me. I'm not even going to show any graphs. I'm going to intend to present my theme for the presidential year and outline some actions that I plan to take. One thing I noticed in reading through some of the last presidential addresses is how many themes that we are familiar with have not changed over the years. For example, in 1973, incoming President Eric Hall stated that no young man should plan to become a civil engineer if his motivation is to become wealthy in the shortest possible time. Nothing much changed. In fact, as far back as 1920, incoming President William Ingham remarked that the salaries paid to assistant engineers employed by the government, municipalities, and other public bodies are inadequate and leave much to be desired. And in 1957, President John Stuart said that engineers are not viewed by the general public as belonging to a learned profession in the sense that the public regards medicine and law as learned professions. I make these statements not to make light of them, but to show that some of the themes of the remuneration of engineers, the status of engineers, and the lack of engineers in our municipalities have been around for many, many years, and not just in South Africa. Much has been written about them, and I intend to do what I can about them during my presidential year, but this is not really what I want to talk about tonight. My theme for the year is going to be, hang on, here we go, engineers get things done. A disclaimer, I can't claim that I originated this phrase. I first heard it at one of our history and heritage panels being mentioned by a good friend and colleague, Robert Blythe, and it struck me as a good basis for a presidential theme. I asked him for permission to use it. He was quite happy with that, but the following interpretation and application of this particular theme is mine and mine alone. Let me mention something about the nature of the engineering profession. And firstly, the difference between what I consider, and many consider to be engineering versus science. Here are a few quotes. Henry Petrosky, who is a professor of both engineering and history at Duke University, wrote, "Science is about knowing, engineering is about doing." The late Queen Elizabeth II, presenting the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering in 2013, wrote, at its heart, engineering is about using science to create creative, practical solutions. It is a noble profession. Something closer to home. a good friend and sometime colleague of mine, Roelof Minnaar, who is neither a famous author nor a royal, was giving a guest lecture to my postgraduate lectures early this year when he mentioned this, and I think it's also quite apt. We are paid money to come up with a solution. That is the curse and the blessing of engineering. In fact, I added in "and the blessing" because I think that's really what he meant. At engineering, it's both a curse, we have to come up with a solution, but it's also a blessing. A final quote, quite a long one, but this is also from a previous presidential address from Dr. Charles Liebenberg in 1976. Civil engineers have never waited for theoreticians to develop accurate solutions to complex problems and have, on the basis of approximate semi-empirical theories, been prepared to undertake the design and construction of large engineering structures beyond their experience and full understanding. I believe this is in the nature of engineering practitioners. It's in our DNA. We get things done. We are problem solvers. We cannot afford endless talk or waiting for the ideal solution to come along, but must come up with a solution with what we have available and in the time that we have. I intend to tap into that nature in my presidential year. I believe there are many small things that we can do, that we can get done without minimum of fuss, and obviously a few bigger things. I don't necessarily have all of the answers today, but I want 2026 to be a year of action. I will make a few suggestions today and continue in this line during my presidential year. But before I move on to some of the themes on which I wish to concentrate, I want to leave this little section on the nature of engineering by looking at the American Society of Civil Engineers Vision 2025. One of the things I intend to get done during this year in my presidential year is to visit ASCII, to sign a new agreement of cooperation between SAICE and ASCII, and in between I have been reading about this document. In 2007, ASCII described their vision for what a civil engineer should be in 2025. This was based on discussions they had at a conference in 2006. Our own Dawie Botha, who you saw in the tribute earlier, was included as a corresponding member, and in fact, in that document, SAICE is listed as one of the organizations that can help them achieve this vision. I thought, coincidentally, I am doing this presidential address in 2025. And I thought it was interesting, have we achieved their revision that they published 18 years ago? So here are some of the things they mentioned. The civil engineer in 2025 will be planners, designers, constructors, and operators of society's economic and social engine, the built environment. I think we have, to a fair extent, achieved this particular vision. We should be stewards of the natural environment and its resources. This is definitely improving. Over the years, we did not necessarily think much about sustainability and environmental impact, but now I think it's certainly come into all sorts of engineering problems. We must be innovators and integrators of ideas and technology across the public, private, and academic sectors. I think we have done reasonably well at this one. Certainly, as you know, I'm in the academic field, but we are cooperating with private companies like York Timbers, government departments like Sanral, and so on. And I think we're doing reasonably well at that particular one as well. We must be managers of risk and uncertainty caused by natural events, accidents, and other threats. On this one, I'm not sure that we are really doing all that well. For example, we saw that a bit of rain caused a lot of people to be late tonight. But more seriously, we have a lot of technical knowledge on this. But still, we know that areas like KZN and the Eastern Cape are prone to floods, and yet every time there's a flood, our infrastructure gets damaged. I think we have the technical knowledge. I suspect that the problem is more at a political and an implementation level. And the final one is we should be leaders in discussions and decisions shaping public, environmental, and infrastructure policy. We're probably not doing all that well at this one either, for many reasons. As SAICE, we have the ear of various branches of government, but we need more. Our infrastructure report card will be coming out in 2 years, and that's going to be a powerful tool for this particular one. Right, moving on to a couple of themes for next year. One simple one is I do wish to focus on the format of the council meeting and some other meetings to allow less reading of reports and more strategizing on how to do getting things done. My predecessor, Friedrich, has done great strides in this with his introduction of the resolutions list. I've attended many council meetings over the years, and while they are always worth attending, I'm often left with a feeling that we can do better. I have a few ideas to improve on this, and we'll see some ideas coming in this year to improve the flow and the productivity of the meetings. Moving away from the functioning of SAICE, there are three particular themes I wish to mention tonight, and in which I plan to concentrate on getting things done: ethics, education, and heritage. On ethics, our ethics panel has been doing great work with the ethics handbooks, university training, and the ethics imbizo that I attended about 3 weeks ago. I wish to keep promoting some of the issues that were discussed there. This is a classic field where us as civil engineering practitioners must get things done, but not at any price. It's clear that ethics should not just be a box-ticking exercise, but must come from the integrity of the individual. As one speaker there said, we can't solve people problems with policies. What must we do? We must be aware of the importance of integrity, trust, and accountability. As another speaker there said, it's not about compliance, it's about your conscience. There are laws such as the Prevention of Corrupt Activities Act, but laws alone do not prevent unethical behavior. There must be no attitude of it's not illegal if you don't get caught. As professional engineering practitioners, we must take individual responsibility for this and always ensure that our ethics are beyond reproach. A reputation is like a reinforced concrete slab. It can take a long time to build, but can be destroyed in seconds. We cannot just talk about this. This is something that we as engineering practitioners must do and get done. On the theme of education, which is the area in which I'm involved on a day-to-day basis, I have to emphasize that the fundamentals of engineering are very important. An engineering practitioner who does not have the fundamentals will battle for the rest of his or her professional life. In this regard, I'm particularly concerned about the rise of artificial intelligence. It is early days and we have not detected any definite trends at the University of Pretoria yet, but if students start asking AI to do their assignments instead of thinking themselves, our profession is going to be in trouble. I don't believe that AI will ever be able to replace an experienced engineer with the right blend of academic training and practical experience. So what can we do? Well, I note that Sundra Naika, our 2017 president, started with a code of best practice for civil engineering education at South African tertiary institutions. For various reasons, this has not been finalized, but I intend to take this up to see if it can be updated with some references to AI and finalized. I also hope that SAICE and the various branches and members can get involved with corporate social investment in schools and tertiary institutions. There are many ways in which SAICE and engineers can get things done, even on a small scale. Prof. Kersley, one of our predecessors, has told me that one of the highlights of her travel during her presidential year was visiting some of the smaller, lesser-known tertiary institutions and seeing the bright eyes of the students eager to learn. Possibly the branches can be links between such institutions and companies that are keen to donate anything from window glass to desks. I also intend to assist the work of the SAICE growing forward legs, a sister university, and success through academic readiness here. Even if there are only small things we can do, let's get some of them done. My final theme is heritage. The History and Heritage panel, of which I have been chairman for a while, has worked hard at bringing our engineering heritage to the attention of SAICE members and the public. It's incredible to see what early engineering practitioners achieved without computers, emails, Google searches, and the like. They knew how to get things done. Since 2011, it was started by past president, the late Sitela Maketa, who you also would have seen in the tribute video today. We've had a program of putting up plaques at various important projects. Each year we designate a National Historic Civil Engineering Landmark and where possible put up a plaque and hold a small function. Two of the most visible plaques are shown here. One at the Dolphin Point view site overlooking the Kaimans River and the other one at Cape Town waterfront. We also have designated 2 international historic civil engineering landmarks, Woodhead Dam and Table Mountain, and the lighthouse at Cape Agulhas, shown here. During my visit to ASCII next year, I intend to invite them to visit us again to ensure that we continue with this particular tradition. We're also embarking on a program of putting up small blue plaques at some landmarks of more local than national significance. By doing all of this, we hope to bring such landmarks and the engineering expertise associated with them to the attention of the public, and in doing so enhance the status of the engineering practitioners and engineering in general in the eyes of the public. Even though I've relinquished my post as chairman of that panel, activities will continue during my presidential year. For this particular theme, there's not much I ask you to do other than to support it, take note, and suggest suitable historic landmarks where possible. Before closing, I wish to mention another topic that came up at the Ethics Imbizo, and in fact in my predecessor's speech early tonight. It's not really a theme that requires action, but will be a theme that I will mention again during the year. Oh, that one. There we go. During the panel discussion at the Ethics Imbizo, the slightly off-topic question was asked, what would you say, that doesn't want to stay, that's fine, about the future of civil engineering to a young engineer thinking of emigrating? I am pleased to say that the panel, which included the current SAICE CEO and ex-SAICE CEO and other highly placed figures in the industry, gave answers that agreed with my opinion. In his 1997 presidential address, Prof. Alex Visser, who was up here shortly, but a long time ago, stated that for a country the size and economic power of South Africa, we have made major contributions to the state of knowledge and development internationally. I believe this continues to be the case. We have a proud tradition of civil engineering in South Africa with a heritage of many great, influential, and innovative engineers. Many of my 122 predecessors in this role can be included in that list. As our president stated earlier, this is one profession that has not given up on the country. The interesting civil engineering problems that have been solved are numerous, but there are still many, many more to be solved. We have some world-class universities for studying civil engineering. I know this from experience, having studied abroad. This country is our home. We have a duty as civil engineering practitioners to improve basic infrastructure, which in turn improves the lives of those around us. I studied abroad in America and decided to return. I have never regretted that decision. Ladies and gentlemen, then in closing, I have outlined my overall theme for the presidential year of 2026 and some of the particular themes I wish to concentrate on. I commit to a plan of action for the year. Among the larger items are finalizing the Code of Best Practice for Engineering Education, signing the agreement of cooperation with ASCII, improving the flow of council meetings, and continuing with the excellent work done in branch and division visits by my immediate predecessor, Friedrich. And again, we saw some of those in the tribute video that was played there. I wish to concentrate on ethics, education, and heritage, and achieving those last 2 goals of ASCII's Vision 2025. I believe that engineering practitioners are problem solvers. We must not waste time talking or waiting for the ideal solution to come along, but we must come up with solutions with what we have in the time that we have. Let us all look for the small and large things that we can do to improve SAICE, the profession, and the country. SAICE gives you the opportunity to make a difference. Use it. Ladies and gentlemen of SAICE, we are engineering practitioners. Let's get things done. I thank you and good night.
Let's get things done. Yes, please. Let's get things done. I think that's a clear message. And we all look forward to rallying behind you, President Roth, and working with you on this journey and working alongside you to certainly achieve those themes that you touched on. We're almost reaching the end of our evening, but before that, we'll have wine with the presidents. If you're wondering what this means is, it's a cherished tradition, and I'd like to call upon Dr. Alison Lawless to lead us through this wine with the president. And around the room, our organizers will ensure that everybody's glass is getting filled up as we prepare for this moment, as Dr. Alison Lawless as well comes onto the stage. Following then, I don't see Dr. Alison Lawless. Oh, there she is. And then following her, we will also invite all the SAICE past presidents to also make their way to the stage. Please do grab a glass as you come onto the stage. And of course, President Roth, you may also grab a glass. Make sure your glasses are charged as well. You don't want to miss this.
Okay, can you hear me? Connected? Yeah. Okay, well, Chris, I'm sure every one of these past presidents here will attest to their presidential years being the highlight of their careers, actually. The most incredible years of our lives, weren't they? Just incredible. You, as we've heard, you've served the institution so faithfully for so long. I'm absolutely delighted to be leading this toast and to be finally able to say, congratulations, Chris, and best wishes for your year leading the industry and all of us as our new president for 2026. To Chris.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And I'll ask our past presidents to please take their seats, and thank you, President Roth. If you feel like you're missing out of the fun, you can also toast around your table. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to just settle down as I close the ceremony. Yeah, we are at that time of the night. It's quite sad, right? Oh, good. I thought you couldn't wait for me to get off the stage. So, in terms of vote of thanks, and I'm delivering this as on behalf of SAICE as SAICE's Vice President, it's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to stand before you today at this incredible event, one that signifies quite a critical moment in our calendar at SAICE, and I'm honored to be part of this. And first and foremost, a heartfelt appreciation to our 2026 President, Professor Chris Roth, for his inspiring leadership and sharing what the next year will look like for us as an organization. And we'd also like to extend gratitude to our past presidents for being present with us here and for showing up every year to celebrate this moment with us. A special thank you to our headline sponsor, the Association of Arbitrators Southern Africa, as well as our valued partners, or rather other valued partners and guests that are joining us online. We bid you farewell and thank you really for being part of this day. We also acknowledge with deep appreciation the support from IPET, from CISA, from EXA, from government entities, state-owned enterprises, private entities, and companies who continue to stand alongside us as we get things done. And our thanks also goes to the University of Pretoria, the SAICE Johannesburg branch, Pretoria, as well as Bloemfontein, and to our structural and water and PMCD division, as well as the SAICE PDP. And finally, we'd also like to extend sincere gratitude to the SAICE marketing team sitting across this corner. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Every year, they step up every year and it gets bigger and better, and we certainly appreciate them for that. And with that, I officially conclude today's formalities, and to our guests here, we invite you to stay. We're not kicking you out, so you can still stay and network, and then we'll also be serving dessert. To those that are joining us online, thank you so much for staying with us. Thanks again.